A very good hello, everybody, and welcome along to World Pro Racing as we have another fantastic 24 hours for you. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. Joining me for the first part of this will be Edwin Salaba. Edwin, once again, we're back in the saddle here officially on World Pro Racing, raising money, as this is our second endurance event, raising money for the Puttinu Cares Foundation.
Yes, a very warm good afternoon and welcome to this race. And thank you, Alex, for your introduction because it's been a while since we commentated a race together. Well, actually, almost a year now. And yes, this is a 24-hour race, which is to raise money for Puttinu Cares, which is obviously the whole organization that helps many individuals that suffer a lot with cancerous diseases, which obviously we wish them all the best and a great future, whatever it holds for them. And also, we welcome also Justin Mifsud, who is going to do this whole 24-hour race by himself.
Yeah, and I hear he's got a lot of Monster Energy supplies with him at the location in Malta. Of course, Puttinu Cares is the children's cancer support group in Malta that was set back up in October of 2002. And it began from an idea and a desire to offer a different approach of care to families with children suffering from cancer. And it was Dr. Victor Calvana and René Zarata that were the founders of this group. And it all started from St. Luke's Hospital, which was the former General Hospital in Malta until 2007. Folks, up there in the top is the total we have to hit for the next 24 hours. 4,000 euros, 6,000 have already been able to be raised. Justin Mifsud, one of the main men behind World Pro Racing, alongside Adrian Figalo, who is effectively on double duty because there's a karting event going on that he's currently at the minute, but it just goes to show what people will do for charity. Justin, last time out, 14 months ago, it was the first weekend of September, because I do remember it was my birthday, and I was commentating with you at silly o'clock in the morning, Edwin, and I lasted about 90 minutes. But the thing is, Justin is doing this whole race solo. There's going to be sleep deprivation. I think he's going to have lactic acid and muscle cramps when he gets out of that thing. He'll be able to, during pit stops, get out, stretch his legs, maybe do some muscle relaxation techniques. In other words, just try and stretch and just iron out the kinks, so to speak. But we have got teams, as you can see on your screen, at the World Pro Racing facility, which I still remember when I started with World Pro Racing. This is the back in the day, and I'm going way back when we had the likes of Nico Hillbrand, Kieran McGinley, Jake Sperry, myself. We were all commentating from home during a very, very prolific time, and that was, of course, the pandemic back in early 2020. If you are watching along in chat on Facebook, on YouTube, you can find respective links. There's also ways that you can actually do it via IBAN, bank transfer, BOV bank transfer, BOV mobile if you're over in Malta, and there are specific codes. So if you want to donate, I think it's €2.33. The SMS number is 5061 7380 to donate €6.99. It's 5061 8939. 5061 9225 if you want to donate €11.65. Also, you can do a BOV bank transfer via your mobile. The name is Puttinu, which is Puttinu BOV mobile, and the mobile number is 79499423. Now, I would imagine, Edwin, that these are Maltese numbers. Obviously, for those that want to get involved overseas, further afield, we are starting with a 20-minute qualifying session here at this 7.004 kilometre circuit. 20 turns in all. It is the location, of course, the Formula One Belgian Grand Prix. as we are going to see a whole host of machinery. We see the good old 992 Porsche GT3R, the Ford Mustang, one of the most recent additions to the iRacing service, 5.4 litre naturally aspirated V8. And then we'll also have the good old James Bond's favourite if he was a GT3 driver, Edward, the good old Aston Martin V8 Vantage.
Yeah, and for all of the of who's watching, and maybe they were asking themselves, where did the car start from? It's the pit start, sorry, opposite where the Formula One starts. So it's after the first corner. So that's why the cars started from the uphill to Eau Rouge. And to be honest, we see someone of track already just before he started the flying laps. So yes, you are saying. As you are saying, Justin is doing this race all by himself. So it's a solo race for Justin. But still, we have teams as well. We have Project Aversio team, which is one of the most prominent teams in our country. And then we have Loafers Racing, Protocast Sim Racing, Apex Racing Dynamics, The Outliers, Throttle Junkies, and Petrol Heads. I would suggest also to keep an eye on Throttle Junkies and Andrew Elwell, because he was putting some pretty good lap times during practice session. But obviously now it's the most important thing, sort of. It's the qualifying session where drivers will start the race, which is a rolling race. It's not a standing start race. It will be a rolling start race, which means the drivers go up to the start-finish line, one next to the other, and then rows of two. We're watching right now Sam Hose, who is one of the drivers with the Protocast Sim Racing team, coming up to finish his installation lap, so he can start the hot lap straight away. Coming up to the chicane now, Sam Hose to start his lap with the number 21 Protocast Sim Racing team, as it's written also on the sides of his Mercedes-Benz, which is a beautiful looking car to look at. It's a V8 engine Mercedes Benz. Up to the first corner, Sam Hose, which took it really nicely, to be honest, not going on the exit curbs a lot, so using the power of his V8 up to this climb, which is Eau Rouge and Radion. You need to be super careful here, especially with the tires. He went a bit wide there as well. He went a bit of understeer on his car, but nice exit as well. But maybe he compromises his exit speed, because at the middle of the corner at Radion had a bit of understeer. Sam Hose now braking hard now up to Lecombe and then Malmedy. Look, it really good as well then. Going on the curbs a bit, leaving the car in the middle of the track, and then to Malmedy. Now going down to the most, one of the most important part of the tracks, the braking downhill, which this car maybe suffers a bit of understeer, and still we can see it there as well. This car suffers a bit of an understeer there. But now up to the speaker's corner, one of the corner's favorite with Alex Coachman.
we were talking. We were waxing lyrical about that earlier on, and Sam Howes making his way through what was formerly known as Double Gauche, we now know as Pouon. Of course, this circuit hosts every year the Crowd Strike 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, the Blue Rye Band event for the GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS, and the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. Sam Howes now making his way through into campus, now into Stavelot. Of course, the circuit located in Stavelot these days, but now it's pedal to the metal. Sam Howes up to fifth gear, 230 kilometers an hour. Will there be a lift from the Mercedes-Benz going through Blanchimont? Not quite. He kept that quite well pinned at about 240 kilometers an hour. Craig Caruana for Apex Racing Dynamics has just put the first benchmark on the screen, a 2-minute 19.236. Sam Howes out of the bus stop, pedal to the metal, up to third gear, will cross the line, and Sam Howes goes top by nearly 3/10. Throttle Junkies Andrew Elul goes within 1.1 seconds of Sam Howes, as you can see. 19 degrees centigrade air, 24 degrees centigrade track temperature, overcast, and 24 kilometers an hour wind to the northeast, and that looks to me 95% humidity. Now, when humidity is quite high in a circuit, and especially when it's cloudy at this part of Belgium, you can definitely be rest assured, and I know this from experience in real life, having commentated in karting gang. I visited the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps. I was actually working there during I think it was the penultimate year before the 75th anniversary of the event itself. And when rain hits, it can be torrential. So I would imagine that over the 24 hours here for this race, we may have some rain in the offing. We've got there Michael Marchica in the Project Versio. Aston Martin has gone top, and what a lap by the number one. A 2:17.783, blowing Sam Howes' Mercedes out of the water.
Yeah, that's an incredible lap time by Michael Marchica. Even sector times suggested that Michael Marchica did a stonking lap. So he put 1.1 second advantage on Sam Howes. We're looking right now at Craig Caruana, who is third place, provisional third place, as 12 minutes or almost 30 minutes remaining of this 20-minute qualifying session. Craig Caruana coming up to the last chicane and up to the start-finish line. Where is Craig Caruana going to finish? And he goes up to second place, so he bumps Sam Howes at the Protocast Sim Racing team in third place, and Apex Racing Dynamics go up a place. Craig Caruana up into second place, 0.4 of a second away from Michael Marchica.
Yeah, the Porsche very, very strong, but in a straight line on the handling side of it, going through Eau Rouge et Radiant, 240 kilometers an hour. That's the best part of 150 miles an hour as he stretches the legs on the 4-litre naturally aspirated rear-mounted flat 6 boxer engine, 255 kph, 6 gear at nearly 7,800 RPM. Down the gearbox into Les Combes at about 120 kilometers an hour. That's 75 miles per hour. Now into the right-hander at Malmedy before the rundown, either to whether you want to call it Bruxelles, whether you want to call it Rivage. First gear at about 85 kilometers an hour. That's about just over 50 miles an hour. So Jan Šoržák for Low Fares Racing. It sounds like a taxi firm that likes speedy deliveries, let's say here, at a cheap, reasonable rate, Edwin. But Jan Šoržák does a really, really good job in the number 2 car, puts it P3, but it is getting very, very close in the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th with Šoržák, Howes and Elul. They are covered by about 0.6 of a second. But I'm looking at the delta times here by Craig Caruana as he's going to go through into this part of the circuit. I think he's now coming through in towards Stavelot, so he's going to be hard on the accelerator, using the outside and inside curbing. So we see the car come out of Stavelot. Now it's going to be the full push. This car will rev to about 8,500 RPM or so, and he's up to 6th gear, 244 kph, so through there at around about the same speed as we saw Sam Howes and the number 21 Protocast Sim Racing car go. But now he puts on the anchors into first gear here at the bus stop and then through out of the final corner. Craig Caruana, can he best Michael Marchica in the battle for pole position with just under half the session to go by 68 thousandths?
Wow.
The number 48 Apex Racing Dynamics Porsche strikes whilst the iron is hot. 10 minutes to go, halfway through, halfway to go.
Incredible lap time by Craig Caruana. He just muscled his way up to provisional pole from Michael Marchica. The gap is only 0.068 of a second. And then Jan Šoržák.
Thank you to Anonymous, who's donated €20 via Streamlabs charity. If you are wanting to get a different perspective from
Anonymous
Justin Mifsud, who I don't think is going to make it out the qualifying, we know that his head is a bit filled with rage at the moment because he's waiting for iRacing to update on his simulator. But the thing is, Justin will be running under the Puttinu Cares livery, like he did when we were at Daytona, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Edwin. So, and that will be well, last time he raced in an Aston Martin, but this car will be definitely the fastest in the speed traps when we go through in towards Blanchimont at about 240 to 250 kilometers an hour. So we're with the number 44 Ford Mustang, the V8. Front engine, rear wheel drive car, bit of Detroit American muscle. Good to see that Ford are coming back. They've come back in GT3. They've raced in DTM this year. They're back in the world. They're in the World Endurance Championship. They're in GT World Challenge. They're racing all over the place. And also Ford have recently made the announcement that they are coming back to hypercar in 2027. They now also have their affiliation with Red Bull Racing for Formula One. With the Red Bull powertrains, and Ford Racing, or Ford Performance as they're now known, will be providing the electric component of the new 2026 Formula One cars that we will get an idea of what they look like come testing in February next year, as it's the biggest regulation shift for many a decade. But Andrew Alul ran about the same amount of speed in the Mustang coming through Blanchimont, will make that 247 kilometers an hour as he kept the throttle pinned. As he gets on the anchors into the bus stop, Andrew Elul, is he going to improve? Well, he's running about the same as Protocar Sim Racing Sam Howes as the Mustang roars towards the line. Andrew Elul goes up and demotes Sam Howes down to P5. So Protocar Sim Racing have a little bit more work to do with that Mercedes-Benz there, Edwin.
Yeah, and also the field just split right now. So from Throttle Junkies downwards, it's a group, and from Throttle Junkies up, it's another group as well. We have Apex Racing Dynamics, Project Aversio, and Loafers Racing. Those are the three fastest of the lot. And then we have Throttle Junkies, Protocol Sim Racing, Petrolheads, The Outliers, and we're waiting as well for Justin Mifsud, who, I don't think he will be.
Hang on. I've just seen on the live timing, Edwin. Sorry to cut across you there.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like he's just jumped into the server. So finally, the wait is over. Justin Mifsud will be very shortly going out on track as Andrew Elul. Goes a little bit wide going through Malmedy. The left rear tyre of the Mustang goes into the gravel, kicks up the dirt now. Of course, Season 1 2026 is just around the corner, so someone's definitely been kicking up some gravel coming out of Speaker's Corner as well, so...
Yeah, I think someone went off there.
But we've got Nicholas Morton in the Petrolheads 42, so we got two Ford's finest machinery out on the circuit as Nicholas makes his way through Rouge Radiant. And Justin Mifsud...
Yeah, there he is.
There we go, the Puttinu Cares Porsche emerges from the pit lane. There we go, wonderful sight to see.
And that's a gorgeous looking car, to be honest. That white and blue livery on that Porsche really looks really beautiful. While we were saying that Project Aversio with Michael Melchia has taken away from pole position away from Craig Carwata with almost half a second gap on the Apex Racing Dynamics team. So great job there and great driving by Michael Melchia and Project Aversio. But we're looking at finally the entry of Justin Mifsud, as we still have almost 6 minutes left on the clock. So Justin may be able to do maybe 2 hot laps, which doesn't include this one. So 2 hot laps for Justin Mifsud. Maybe he will be in the midfield near Andrew Elul and Jan.
And there is the man himself. So we will get, if we do have cameras set up nearby to any of our competitors here for the next 2 trips around the clock here at the Puttinu Cares Foundation 24 hours race here live. We're going to give you all 3 parts here live on World Pro Racing. So thank you so much for everyone that is watching. Don't forget, we have a target of €4,000 to reach, and hopefully the more of you that put your money where your mouth is and help donate to this wonderful organisation that has done so much work for over 2 decades, Every single penny will go to Puttinu Cares in Malta to make life better for those children and their respective families, whilst the children are dealing with one of the most difficult battles, which is cancer. I mean, myself personally, cancer has affected our family, not from a child aspect, but from a parental aspect. My mum is still with us at the age of the early 70s. She suffered with D-cell lymphoma 3 times, had stem cell treatment a few years ago, and she's in full remission. So your money will make it more easy for the families and the children affected by one of the biggest takers of life on this earth, cancer. Make it so much easier for them and help them get the treatment they need, get the mental and physical assistance by the care that Puttinu Cares provides every single day. And they keep on giving to Puttinu Cares, so we have to say chapeau to them for the fantastic work that they continue to do as we ride on board in the cockpit with Justin Mifsud, the man that did, I have to say, it was legendary, his stint, his 24-hour stint that was last time out at Daytona, as you're now going to see him wrestle with the steering wheel. Of course, the Porsche 911 992 designation GT3R. It will be known as the 992.1 because the GT3R Evo is going to be ready for the forthcoming season, as Porsche have just brought an Evo package, which is basically an evolution. Of course, the history of the 911 stems back from a certain car that was built during the Second World War, originally known as the Type 43. We know it as the good old Volkswagen Beetle. Was the grandfather of this car here, and what Ferdinand Porsche and his family have done. I mean, if Ferdinand Porsche was around today, he would have been 90 years old. And there was a recent documentary on the Porsche Sonderwunsch, well, the Porsche channel, through their specific program called Sonderwunsch, which is like giving, granting wishes. And Ferdinand's son Mark brought a very, very wonderful current 992.2 Carrera to life in how his dad would have wanted it to have been. And it matches all the other cars, the 930, the 964, the 993 they've got in their garage at home. But Justin Mifsud will make it for another lap after this one. So it is going to be just under 2 minutes as he comes out of the bus stop chicane. And look, a nice little flash of red on just over the rear diffuser as Justin crosses the line. That is a 2 minute 21.332. So already one out lap and one hot lap, and Justin has already gotten ahead of Nicholas Morton in the number 42 Petrolheads car as the number 8 flies its way down what will be the starting point as we go into Eau Rouge Irradiant, 235 kilometers an hour, 239. Look how calm and composed that was from Dustin there, Edwin. Absolutely beautiful to see the number 8 car make it through Eau Rouge Irradiant, all 4 wheels within the white lines. And there you go, folks. If you want to donate, there is a QR code that you can scan with your mobile phone to make a donation.
Yeah, that car looks really planted to the floor. Even also other drivers like Caruana, that car, that Porsche, really looks glued down to the ground. As you were saying that as well, Alex, Project Aversio with Michael Mecci now has almost a second advantage on Apex Racing Dynamics. So basically what we're seeing here is that Project Aversio will dominate this qualifying session. Having said that as well, Protocast Sim Racing with Jaden Alul is third place as well with 2 minutes 17.861, but Project Aversio is the only driver under the 2 minutes 17 minute barrier with 2 minutes 16 seconds .407, their fastest lap of this session. Caruana, we're looking at him now coming up to the start finish straight for what will be, I think, his last flying lap. So he might get closer to Project Aversio, or maybe try to find that second needed to overtake Project Aversio and Michael Becci are to take provisional pole. He's just pushing that Porsche really hard, climbing all over the cabs, trying to find the time needed, which right now is coming up to the first sector, and we will see shortly what his sector times are. The sector time to beat is 38.6 seconds, and we will see Craig Caruana in a short while what his first sector time is, if the timing screen is correct. Let's see where he ends up, but sector 1 is not showing up for some reason or another, so we keep on looking at Craig Caruana in second place, the number 48, going through Speaker's Corner and now through the double Puttinu, you might say. So let's see at the speed of this Porsche, 107, 180 kph, almost 190 kph. Now at the exit, floor it, keep the accelerator pedal down, going over the white line, trying to get a better exit speed, but that maybe can compromise his entry speed to this corner, and in fact it did. It just went a bit wide and over where the racing line should be, climbing over the exit cap so that he can enter here. A bit two wheels on the gravel there, that won't help him for this run up to Blanchimont. That could cost him a bit of speed there.
It did actually there, Edwin, because it was a 1 minute 3.7 in the second sector, and that was actually just coming through out of campus into, well, we're seeing now 39.0. Craig Caruana at high speed over 250 kilometers an hour. The checkered flag is out for the session. Protocar Sim Racing is still out, but Craig Caruana aborts the lap. And Jaden Elul is out there for Protocar Sim Racing. So can the 21 make up a little bit of ground as he goes through into Eau Rouge et Radiant? Like to see it from the cockpit so we can give you a real understanding of this this circuit here at Spa-Francorchamps. So we're actually driver's point of view, 255 kilometers an hour, 6 gears, 6,600 RPM, and now Jaden Lull on the brakes, third gear, about 120 kilometers an hour, steering it left and then right and then left into the right here at Malmedy. Down the hill he's going to go and accelerate into Bruxelles, so down from fourth gear into second, round about 100 kph. I don't think this is going to be a good lap because it's a 2 minute 32 on the opening sector, which suggests to me here, Edwin, an out lap effectively. But the timing, we are waiting for it to update. So if it does change quickly, we'll let you know. Jaden Lull through into Pouan, 200 kilometers an hour. The way to attack Pouan, be it sim racing or real life, is you don't hit the apex on the first corner. You let the... Oh, and a Lull! Oh, that's a big old off at Lefagne, and he manages to hold it, but that is going to bring an end to qualifying. But Project Aversio with Michael Mercia takes pole position for the World Pro Racing 24 hours endurance race for Puttinu Cares here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, great driving there by Michael Mercia, who seized the lead from the first minute, let's say it like that, because it just was trading the first few minutes of qualifying with Apex Racing Dynamics, with Craig Caruana, but then it just roared with the lead he had and just solidified his and stamped his authority during the qualifying session. So great driving day by Project Aversio, Michael Mercia. And obviously even Apex Racing Dynamics Craig Caruana did a really good job there by staying in touch with Michael Caruana. This is the warm-up session right now, so there is timing obviously involved, but there will be no racing up to this point, up to when we start the actual 24 hours race for Puttinu Cares. That we remind you as well, Justin Caruana will be driving this 24-hour race by himself. There will be no team for him. It's just the team is called Puttinu 24, and the solitary diver will be Justin Mifsud for the second time running now.
Yeah, and when Justin announced it on his social media channels, I thought, well, You know what? There's so much that we as commentators, of course, everyone is giving up their time from our race control, headed up by the legend that is Mr. Adrian Figalo, myself and Edwin. We're taking time out of our schedules as behind the wheel of the Protocar Sim Racing. That's Giuseppe Di Borno in the number 21 car. Of course, there's a lot of history with Spa-Francorchamps. It does also host the 25 Hours of Fun Cup every year. Now, Fun Cup is basically, now I mentioned about the Volkswagen Beetle. They are Volkswagen Beetle silhouette cars. They have the same engine, same aerodynamic setup. They are also constructed by a sports car titan when it comes to teams in modern day motorsport. I am, of course, talking about Belgium's very own Team WRT that for over 2 decades ran with Audi, won the Spa 24 Hours a couple of times overall, but also in class. They now are part of the BMW Motorsport family, run in the LMDH. But here is your starting grid for the Puttinu 24 charity endurance race here at Spa-Francorchamps. It's going to be the number 1 of Project Diversio that's going to start on pole position. Then it's going to be the 48 of Apex Racing Dynamics on the outside of the front row. Protocar Sim Racing will be joined by the number 2 car, that is Low Fares Racing. And then it's the number 44 of Throttle Junkies, joined on row 3 by the Outliers in car 33 in 6th position. And then we get to car 8, which is Puttinu Keras, Justin Mifsud's solo attempt once again. He put himself through the ringer at Daytona International Speedway, the world centre of racing, and he's going to do it all again at the famed Spa-Francorchamps circuit here in the Ardennes Forest in Belgium. And then last but by certainly no means least, Nicholas Morton for the number 42. Petrolheads team were the last in qualifying, but that will be a case of, and we all know, you and I especially, Edwin, that in a 24-hour race, pole position does not necessarily mean you are going to win the race after 24 hours, because anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Fatigue can happen. You have to be mentally stable and very hydrated on these sims so that you can have the best performance out of yourself and out of your car. And it won't be easy, because a 24-hour race, obviously, for Justin Mifsud, it won't be easy because he will do this by himself. But for the other teams who are doing 2-hour, 3-hour stint, some of the drivers are doing even 4-hour stint before they change drivers. That won't be easy. Pit stops won't be easy. Runoffs won't be easy as well. You need to take care of the car. You need to take care of everything around you just to get the best performance out of this 24-hour race.
Exactly, and once again, there you see on your screens the QR code, and more to the point, it is the case of just making sure, it doesn't matter whether it's €5, €10, it does not really matter. And more to the point, it's a case of, you know, just making sure that you're going to, you know, put something towards a great cause. There's so much that we can do to help people out, and more to the point, it's all about those children out there. I mean, the children are our next generation. Whatever we can do to help them is going to be more to the point of helping them out. And I will be very much interested in how this race does unfold over the next 24 hours. We have got a warm-up, so the drivers are getting themselves once again used to the conditions here at Spa-Francorchamps. Still overcast, track temperature a lot higher, 29 degrees centigrade, and one of the biggest things is that these drivers will be put through the ringer. It is about what you people out there, and I'm going to tell you something now. I'm going to make a donation because obviously my link with cancer, I understand what the families go through. It is a very, very demanding schedule. Treatments, consultations, hospital visits. what these families, and especially what these children are going through, is one thing that I do not wish on anybody on this earth. We aren't here for a long time, but what we can do is we can help. We can pay it forward.
Exactly. I couldn't agree with you more, Alex. There, we need always to support these families that go through rough times. They go through hell just to have their family back together, healthy, in one piece. That's all we can say is to donate whatever you can. It's just even a small amount of money can make the lives of these individuals much better. So let's help everyone involved. All we need is 4,000 euros in the next 24 hours, and we will get those 10,000 euros by the end of this event. Apex Racing Dynamics with Craig Caruana just went top in this warm-up session, and I'm also noticing that Rocket Junkies have already did a driver swap. Instead of Andrew Lul, they now have Ian Kirstein, and also Protocast Sim Racing, they now have Giuseppe De Bono. So we will watch out for that as well. We have Project Aversio, who didn't do a lap time yet. Loafers Racing, who they are out there with no representative times right now, just 2 minutes 24.854. The Outliers, they didn't do a time yet, and Justin Mifsud didn't do a time yet as well. So the only 4 teams that did a time are Apex Racing Dynamics, Petrolhead, Throttle Junkies, and Protocast Sim Racing. As we reach almost, we're there, so we're there sort of, because we're 1 minute and 30 minutes to finish this warm-up session. We're now looking, we're watching Justin Mifsud in the number 8 Porsche going through the chicane up to the start finish straight to start his one and only warm-up lap.
Yeah, so it is going to be the case of how the drivers will work along with each other. But when you're Justin Mifsud, you've got to have your wits about you. And the biggest thing is that he knows exactly what he's putting himself through. He's doing it for a good cause. He's making sure that his efforts do not go unheeded. And that is very important as Justin flies the Porsche 992 GT3 up through Aarhus down the Camel Straight at high velocity. We are coming towards the end of the warm-up session, as Edwin just alluded to, as Justin pulls it to the right-hand side of the Camel Straight, and will do probably more than likely, yep, hits the escape button, so return to garage for the number 8 car, the Puttinu 24 car. So looking forward to seeing how he gets on over the course of the Twice Around the Clock adventure. Of course, if you are watching on World Pro Racing's YouTube and Facebook channels, please let us know. Please let us know, and we'll give you a shout out on the stream when the racing is very much underway. But one of the biggest things about this race is that the start line will not be the traditional starting point, which will be going down the hill from La Source and then heading into Aarhus et Radion. It will be a 2x2 rolling start formation for these drivers, and it won't be an easy one because they'll be going at full velocity through into one of the most fearsome corners in modern day motorsport, and that is going to be rather not worrying, I would have said, to a lot of people, but it's more the case of how much do you want to
risk?
Exactly.
Do
you want to risk it for the biscuit? So it's
absolutely, Alex. Absolutely, it's going to be exciting, to say the least, to see all these cars roaring up the hill while we are just looking here, watching and expecting. Well, in the words of Berniak Liston, I think we will expect an accident because Orouge and Radion are not the easiest corners in the world, and with 8 cars roaring through it, there might be. Obviously, we wish not to, but there might be. There's a big chance of contact, and drivers. I think the thing is the one that risks a lot gains a lot, because if you risk a lot and the other drivers obviously backs out a bit, then the driver that risks a lot obviously can gain a huge advantage.
Exactly. So just to let you know, Edwin, I've just donated €10 via IBAN for Puttinu Cares, so that we can make that €30, but it won't show up unless it's because there's going to have hopefully you lot are going to put in a load of money. So we're effectively at €30 out of 4,000. But Michael Mrčíka will start from pole position. The headlights ablaze on the number 1 Aston Martin V8 Vantage twin turbo 4-litre V8, and he's got Craig Caruana alongside him in the number 48 Apex Racing Dynamics Porsche. Right. Okay. So the pace car will wait. Now
the pace car went, so the start-finish line, the start line is exactly as the Formula 1. Take it away, Alex, take it away.
So, for 24 hours here at Spa-Francorchamps, are we under green? It looks like we are not, because we're still under yellow flags. I did say it would be going down the hill, so we are still under yellow flags, so 80 kilometers an hour is going to be the start. So, down the hill we go. The 24 hours race here at Spa in aid of the Puttinu Cares Foundation. We're under green flag and we're underway. And what a start from Sam Howes.
Incredible.
He got through on Craig Caruana and caught Michael Mrčíka napping. So the Mercedes-Benz has launched it. But look on board with Mrčíka at the moment.
Look at Greg.
Yeah. Yep, so here we go now. Craig Caruana looking to the inside here at the con. Porsche on Aston Martin. The Porsche is going to nip ahead by a nose and gets through for second position. So straight away, Sam Howes got the fire lit in the belly and went, right, okay, I'm a bit miffed I didn't get pole position. I'm going to drive this Merc like I stole it from a Falterbach. And boy, has he done something about it. Through into Bruxelles, down the hill for the first time, in towards Speaker's Corner, and then it's going to be the run down here towards Pouan. And at the moment, well, Justin Mifsud has made his way past the outliers as Craig Caruana, brief flash of the headlights from the Apex Racing Dynamics number 48 through into the second half of Pouan, exiting at about 140 miles an hour in 5th gear. Now it's into Le Fagne, down the gearbox, into 3rd gear, about 80 miles an hour. And Sam Howes trying to keep away from the curbing. Meantime, Low Fares Racing's Jan Šuršák is closing in on Andrew Lalul in the Mustang from Throttle Junkies. That's the battle for P4 out on the circuit as the top 3 make their way out of Stavlod Corner. Now it's the big old run.
Look at Mrčíka.
Yeah, Mrčíka's closing in at the minute on Caruana, but look at Šuršák closing in. So Mrčíka trying to get the wind underneath the rear diffuser of that Aston Martin through Blanchimont. They go in over 250 kilometres an hour. That's 165 miles an hour at the moment. But here goes Craig Caruana. Deep on the brakes, is to the outside. What a move. What a move. Craig Caruana on Sam Howes says, thank you very much. I'll go round the outside. And like Eminem said, he said, I'm the real Slim Shady. He went round the outside of him. And here comes Mrčíka. Mrčíka showed his nose there to Sam Howes as if to say, don't worry, I'm behind you. Justin, in the meantime, look at this. Closing in on Jan Šuršák for the Low Fares Racing number 2 McLaren 720S GT3 even the Porsche right with the McLaren down the hill through the compression at over 225 kilometres an hour. Justin Mifsud and also Jan Šuršák keep it within track limits.
Except now Michael Mrčíka second place. Michael Mrčíka in second place. I can see it on the timing. Yes, he is.
So Sam Howes in that Mercedes is struggling. So thank you very much, Nicholas Abella, who's just donated €10. He said good luck to the team. Thank you very much, Nicholas, for running the road to a great cause. well, Mikael very, very wide. 2 wheels through the gravel
Nicholas
trap,
Abella donated
coming
10
out
euros
of
via
Malmedy down the
Streamlabs
hill into
charity.
Brussels,
Good
but
luck
we
to
have
the
got
team
an
Smile.
early race on our hands. Now, folks, you might say, yeah, well, it's 24 hours, it's an endurance race. You tell that to a racing driver, they won't play a blind bit of bloody notice to it.
No,
They'll go,
no,
yeah,
they don't
it's the
care.
sprint.
They
It's
don't
the
care.
sprint.
Exactly. It's a sprint race of a 24 hour. But look at night now, Mikael Mejia, really, he's building up speed really, really quickly. And he's already at the rear wing of the Apex Racing Dynamics team, Craig Caruana, who is about to take the lead. Maybe through the run up to Blanchimont, as we can see here, Mikael Mejia is really tucked up behind the rear wing of Craig Caruana as they pick up speed now. He's picking up a really good slipstream here, Mikael Mejia. He might try something at the bus stop chicane, which used to be called bus stop chicane. Now it's just being called chicane. Mikael Mejia in the #1 car, in second place, trying to get the slipstream from the Apex Racing Dynamics Porsche number 48 of Craig Caruana. Not at this moment in time. He thinks better of it. Craig Caruana still leads this race. Round lap 2 we go. So we're about to start lap 3. Meanwhile, Protocaster Sim Racing, Sam Hose, he's just there in third place, looking quietly, just looking at these two ahead of him, which are Craig Caruana and Mikael Mejia. Craig Caruana just set the fastest lap of this race with a 2-minute 18.915. So keeping Mikael Mejia behind him is Craig Caruana in first place. Now they go up to Eau Rouge and Radion. Nothing wrong with the speed of that Porsche, but he just came a bit wide, and that can allow Mikael Mejia to pick up more slipstream up the Camel Straight. Mikael Mejia in the #1 car just comes out of the slipstream of the Porsche on the inside, braking hard. Craig Caruana just stayed in first place. Nothing wrong as well with the braking force of that Porsche, Alex.
No, not at all. I mean, Mejia is chomping a bit.
There he is.
Down he goes in towards Brussels. The Aston Martin level with the Porsche.
Ooh.
Oh, nearly a little bit of
Almost.
nearly a little bit of a hip check between Mejia and Caruana, but Mejia gets through. So Project Aversio retake the race lead, and Jan Shurashak has dropped Justin Mifsud. So Justin eating the #2 car's dust, so to speak, but Shurashak closing in on Andrew Elul in the Throttle Junkies #44 Ford Mustang V8. So twin turbo, 4-litre V8 known as the M840 designation under McLaren's code names, closing in that 5.4 litre. Now, very, very interesting for those wanting a little bit of fact-finding here. There's plenty of trivia I can tell you about some. Oh, look, and look at this. Jan Shurashak, it says Low Fares Racing. They've got Ryanair colours on the McLaren, and they've got the Ryanair logo on the bonnet. That's brilliant. Right. That's funny. That's some pre-advertising for that airline right there and then. But the 5-litre, the 5.4 litre.
Just made a mistake, Andrew. No. He did make a mistake, Andrew. And
yeah,
that's one of the key points, and not key points. One of the key weaknesses of Andrew Elul, even at the GT3 and Formula 4 National Sim Racing, we always see him calm and collected, but then he just opens the door whenever he sees a car next to him, just leaves the door open. You can't do that in racing. You need to be a bit more fearless.
Well, you also got to have some stones as well to make the back end of that GT3 as wide as humanly possible. Project Aversio's Mikael Mejia now goes in with the fastest lap of the race. Now Mejia on the end of lap 3 actually did a 2:17.5, but he got the lap time disallowed because he exceeded track limits coming out of Blanchimont. So he's now put in the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 17.686. He's opened up the gap to Craig Caruana to just over 1.5 seconds. As you've got a naturally aspirated V8 5.4 litre in the Mustang front engine, then you've got a mid-mounted 4-litre twin-turbo V8 in the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. The McLaren was nicknamed the Torque Monster when the 720S was developed for GT3 racing in mind, with the Ford Mustang, which is a joint development between Ford Performance, Multimatic, who developed the Ford GT GTE car, and also Rally Legends M Sport in Cockermouth in the UK, who run Ford's WRC efforts. M Sport were actually did the engine building for the Mustang GT3. It was originally a 5-litre Coyote V8 Ford, and they bought it out to 5.4 litres, which is where you get that traditional Detroit muscle growl. As Jan Schurzak late on the brakes there in the low fares racing McLaren. And you can see by what we have now with the Tempest Racing system on iRacing itself, gravel will be scattered left, right and centre around this 7.004 kilometre circuit. But Schurzak trying to get the run coming out of Stavlo here. But in the meantime, Elul able to stretch the legs on the V8 powered Mustang. They're heading through in towards Blanchimont at over 240 plus kilometres an hour. Schurzak able to keep with Elul, but Elul this time keeps it tight to the right-hand side of the circuit. He's going to dive late on the brakes. Is Elul this time? He's going to keep it nice and neat and tidy through the chicane. And another new fastest lap of the race by Michele Marcia, 2:17.369, over 3/10 on that lap alone. And he's opened up the gap to Craig Caruana from Apex Racing Dynamics to over 2.2 seconds. As down the hill we go once again. We're on lap number 6 of this race, and there is still quite a lot that is going to transpire over 23 hours and 50 minutes. So, Edwin, let's have a little bit of a discussion on one of the biggest things in an endurance race. It doesn't matter if it's sim racing, it doesn't matter if it's IRL. The biggest thing that these teams need to do is get to Sunday morning when nighttime goes to daytime.
Yeah, that's going to be a big problem because nighttime, as we both know, Alex, it's not particular. There's a mistake there by Jan Skulczak, who is trying to do whatever he can to overtake Andrew Elul in the Throttle Junkies car. Well, as I was saying though, yeah, the nighttime is going to be really tricky because even now the weather is not nice. The weather is not okay. It's not the ideal track conditions and weather conditions to race cars. But at night it will be even worse because high humidity. You can expect some rain maybe as well. And as we say that as well, I'm noticing that both Throttle Junkies and Low Fares Racing are in the sort of bracket or window of the Protocast Sim Racing team. So I'm expecting that if Jan Skulczak overtakes Andrew Elul in the Throttle Junkies car, which we're looking at them right now, I think Jan could have a go at the Protocast Sim Racing driven by Sam Hose. Sam Hose, who had that grunt, that aggressiveness in the first couple of laps. Now he's sort of stabilized in his third position. As we're watching the Low Fares Racing trying to overtake Andrew Elul on the outside. Let's see if he gets it. Oh, he did it! Jan Skulczak with an amazing overtake on Andrew Elul on the outside of the bus stop chicane, which then leads him to the second part of the chicane on the inside to the start-finish straight, and we start another lap. Great overtake by Jan Skulczak there, who literally barged himself almost so that he can get 4th place from Throttle Junkies Andrew Elul.
Yeah, very much in the vein of what we saw with Craig Caruana a little bit.
Something wrong with Jan Skulczak. Sorry.
That's ping. That's internet connection there. So,
yeah. He's here
so,
again. Okay.
Yeah, that can be a bit worrying, especially if you're the car behind. But yeah, Jan Schurzak doing exactly what Craig Caruana did earlier on. I think it was towards the end of lap 2. He did it around the outside going into the bus stop chicane, which lined up the inside rather nicely. But Elul has got to keep with Jan Schurzak. But I think the thing is that one of the other things that we have to talk about is that it's not always about the fastest lap of the race. I mean, the first half an hour to an hour, whoever you've got behind that wheel of that car, and especially if it's Project Versio, the Aston Martin with Michele Marcia behind the wheel, we all know that he's a very, very quick driver. Once he gets a sniff of clear track, he's away like a rat up a drain pipe, and he's extended that lead to 4 seconds, and we are at the 13-minute mark. So stick with us, folks, because we might not have the biggest amounts of cars on the grid, but we do have over 20 plus people, including Justin Mifsud, that are doing this for charity. They have taken time out of their schedules away from families to make sure that other families have a better quality of life, and that is so important. So like I said earlier on, it's about paying it forward and making sure that you do your part. I mean, the thing is, I've been very fortunate in my my commentary career, which started pretty much at full pace back in 2017, and now for those that do know of me, you will have recognized my voice from when we had the pandemic and everyone was having to, if they were doing a full-time job, you were at home, you couldn't work, you were getting paid, you were on furlough, which basically meant you were getting paid a salary, but you weren't allowed to do work over here in the United Kingdom, and it got me into the world of sim racing. So whenever Justin or Adrian have said, look, are you available for this, I will always give my time to make sure that other people that don't have the kind of chances that I've had in my life, that they have an equal chance as well. So from many respects, you've got to look at it that we all have to do our part, and I think it's nice for us to, the thing is about a 24-hour race, Edwin, it's a completely different pace for us in the commentary position, because we're not talking about a 20-minute GT3 race or a 15-minute F4 race or a 12-lap sprint kart race. It's about sort of having an opportunity, and obviously over the course of the broadcast we'll inform people. For those that are new to understanding about Puttinu Cares, we can tell a little bit of the story on behalf of the foundation that we're raising money for.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, 24-hour race is not something that we can't commentate, and in 15 minutes it will be ready. It's a 24-hour race, an endurance race. It's a test of mental strength, mental care, that you are in complete control of the whole race, as we are looking right now at Justin Mifsud, who is doing again, we're saying it time after time again, but Justin Mifsud is going to do this whole race absolutely by himself, a solitary race. There is no team for Justin Mifsud. The team is us, basically, who give him strength, who give him the support that he needs to do this incredible feat, because a 24-hour race, not even professional drivers do a 24-hour race. They just split it with other drivers. Justin is doing it all by himself, and all whatever we can get donations. Obviously, we try to get the 4,000 euro donation mark, but whatever it is, this race is all for Puttinu Cares, all for these families that are in need of help from us, from everyone who can help them. Sometimes they get even help from people that are in need more than them, and they still get help, because all we wish for them is that they can get their entire family all healthy together. And as I'm saying that as well, the QR code is at the bottom right of your television screens, so you can scan that QR code and donate whatever you can to Puttinu Cares. We know how many families there are in need of help. Even every euro counts. So whatever you can, we urge you. We always say the same thing all over again, Alex, but we urge people to give whatever they can.
Actually shared the live stream as well, so Tiasha, thank you very much indeed. So if you are watching along either on YouTube or Facebook, I have got both chats open currently, so if you want to put a comment in, we'll give you a shout out with obviously we can't devote all our time, because I think both you and I, Edwin, we would be absolutely knackered by the halfway point of this race, which would be 2 o'clock in the morning Maltese time, 1 o'clock in the morning UK time, and we've got other things going on. But still, to be a part of this, it it warms the heart, doesn't it? It's one of these stories that even though Puttinu Cares have been doing so much great work over 2 decades, having started, what is it now, over 23 years ago, October 2002, and it was just the brainchild of 2 individuals, and it's just grown from strength to strength. And as I say that, Mikhail Marchia has just gone sub 2 minutes 17, and he's now put Craig Caruana 7.25 seconds behind as we now hit our 10th lap. Robert Cassapace has just donated another €20, so we're up to 50. So I think what we need to do, Edwin, we need to set a target for the first hour.
Target for the first hour would be
let's say 100. Let's say €150.
50. Yeah, that's what I was thinking exactly.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do a little bit of division on a calculator. Thank God for calculators, because I don't want to start writing on pen and paper because I haven't got any at my desk at the moment. But €4,000, divide that by 24, is €167 an hour.
Okay, so 170 then.
You know what? Let's say we need. Okay, folks, this is a target for everybody. We need to hit at least €167 per hour. €167 per hour to hit, well, actually slightly eclipse that €4,000. So 167 times that by 24, that will be €4,008. So the more that you guys and girls can get your hands out your pockets and donate, even if it's 20, €10, the minimum donation you can make is €10 via the QR code, which will send you to the website where it will ask you to send in your money. So if you are in the United Kingdom, via that you can also do what is called gift aid, whereby you can add an additional, I think, 25% to the total. So, which is it's something that we do here in the UK. I don't know where it all stems from, but it is money that goes towards a very, very worthy charitable cause. Now, the history of this circuit, Edwin, here we go. Right, Mikhail Marchi. Oh, goodness me, he's gone 2/10 quicker. 2:16.7.
He's just finding time everywhere. Everywhere during the set, on the lap. He's just finding time from every corner. He's the only driver in the 2 minute 16 window. The others are all of them from 2 seconds down upwards. So 2 minute 18, 2 minute 18, 2 minute 19, 2 minute 19, 2:21, 2:22, and 2:20. So he's the only driver. To be honest, I'm not even sure why he didn't win the GT3 National Sim Racing Championship this year, because his driving is just awesome. I think this performance, he's doing it to redeem himself why he didn't win the National GT3 Sim Racing Championship. It's just awesome. It's just awesome. 2 minute 16s. Every lap is just incredible. So he's the only driver in that bracket window. Mikhail Marchia, we are looking at him right now at the Project Aversio team. And then we have Craig Caruana still in 2nd place with the Apex Racing Dynamics. 3rd place for Sam House in the Protocast Sim Racing. They gave us some really good racing in the first couple of laps. And then we have Jan Skurczak, who obviously we saw the overtake on Andrew Allul at the bus stop chicane. Andrew Allul in the Throttle Junkies car is 5th place. Justin Mifsud in 6th place. Petrol Heads with Nicholas Morton is in 7th place. And last but not least, Jake Bonnici in the Outliers machine. We're watching Jan Skurczak, who I think is the only driver driving the McLaren, and we also say thank you to Justin King.
Justin King, that is another
€20.
So I'm just putting it in the chat for both. Just put it in the chat for
Justin
Facebook.
King donated €20 via Streamlabs
and
charity.
for Instagram, and I have tagged Pro Racing that for us we need to average 167 per hour. So effectively, with my €10 that I've also donated, let's call that 80. We are nearly at the halfway point. We're nearly at the halfway point of the first. We're 7 minutes away from hitting half time. So if you are watching along, if you want to also tune in to Justin's live stream as well, there's also, if you just type in Justin Mifsud, that's MIFSUD on Facebook, then that will also have a link for his live stream directly from World Pro Racing HQ in Malta. So a big thank you to everyone that has donated so far in this race, and still the gap is expanding between Project Aversio and Apex Racing Dynamics. Protocar Sim Racing rounds out the top three. Low Fares Junkie, Low Fares Racing, Throttle Junkies, Puttinu 24, Petrol Heads. Oh, Nicholas Morton might have just had a little bit of damage. That was or no, that's a pit stop. So whether that car has come into pit lane, might have short fuel possibly, to try and get into a kind of a rhythm. Now, as we both know, Edwin, some drivers have a good skill set. They're able to drive for the best part of an hour, because I would say that probably at the about between. So, also before I forget, there is a the person who puts in the most money, the top donator, gets a cap signed by the following Formula One drivers. From Scuderia Ferrari, Charles Leclerc. From the team now that's going to be known as MasterCard McLaren F1, Oscar Piastri. Ollie Behrman, a person who I used to commentate on in karting back in his X30 junior days with KR Sport from Haas F1. The man who is no longer a Red Bull Racing official driver on a grid sense, but will be their reserve and test driver next year, Yuki Tsunoda. And the two guys that were running with Racing Bulls this year, Liam Lawson and Isaac Hadjar. We will have a cap sent out to the top donator with those 6 drivers having signed said cap. That's a great prize for the top donator there, isn't it, Edwin?
It is, and for all motorsport fans, I think that's one of the most incredible memorabilia that they will have on their wall. You can get that cap by being the top donator, which, as Alex described there, it's amazing to have all these drivers all signing that amazing cap. For the top donator, then we will have that signed cap by Charles Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Oliver Behrman, Yuki Tsunoda, Liam Lawson, and Isaac Hadjar, which I think it's an amazing plan. We never had these prices at World Pro Racing. This will be just the cherry on the cake for all motorsport fans in Malta, which, honestly speaking, there are a lot of motorsport fans here, Alex. So this will be a lovely present for them.
Exactly, and you know, at the end of the day, it is your money that is going towards a charitable cause. And at the moment, well, get this: Mikar Murcia's last lap, 2 minutes 16.786. His best lap that he did 2 laps previously, 1/100th quicker, 2 minutes 16.776. We have now seen pit stops from the outliers, who have now got Jake Bonici behind the wheel. Nicholas Morton stays behind the wheel of the number 42 Petrolheads car, as Murcia goes on to complete lap number 13.
Could be another fastest lap as well. I think so. Yeah, it is. It is incredible. We just laugh at this lap time. These putting lap times that I think we never have seen them before. It's at a minute 16.555, almost half an hour from race start, and also trying to get through the Apex Racing Dynamics and Protocast Sim Racing of Craig Caruana and Sam Hose respectively. So incredible race. I mean, in just half an hour, he has almost 15 seconds advantage on second place Craig Caruana. It's just incredible pace by Michael Mergia. But obviously, Alex, I have to agree with you what you said before. It's a 24-hour race. It's not a sprint race. It's not a feature race. It's an endurance race. So how much you take care of your car determines your winning position. So Michael Mergia just needs maybe to calm down, but he doesn't look like he's going to calm down. That car sticks to the ground.
Edwin, the biggest thing is that with this circuit now, in comparison with Daytona, it's a very, very short entry and exit. Here at Spa, you go all the way down the main pit straight and you go through the inside of La Source. So you're going to see pit stops anywhere between a minute 30 to a minute 45, depending. Now, pit stops, Bonici and Morton, for the outliers and petrol heads, on their pit stops, they were in for about 42 seconds apiece each, but that's sitting stationary in your pit box. But the majority of the time is taken up. It's over 50 seconds transfer time from coming into pit lane, just off of the chicane, coming off of Blanchimont, and then coming out, and your exit point of the pits will be as you're going down into the compression at Eau Rouge. So these drivers will be at 60 kilometers an hour, first gear, on the limiter, and then as soon as they come off that limiter, they've got to gun it up the hill and accelerate. And when you're going uphill, especially when the cars are, by design, rear-wheel drive, so traction might be at a premium, but if you are in a Porsche, like Justin Mifsud, like Craig Caruana at the moment, the benefit of the Porsche is better traction out of the corners because of where the engine is mounted in relation to the back axle, which is pretty much over it. If anyone might remember, before the Le Mans GTE class was dissolved from the World Endurance Championship, the Porsche 911 RSR GTE was rear-wheel drive and rear engine, just like its counterpart here. But the biggest thing is that in the RSR GTE, the engine was even further back, even closer to the wheel arches on the car at that point in the Porsche 911's GT sports car history. So, but now, the car that you see here is based very heavily on the production vehicle. But I've had the opportunity, I'm going to make a lot of people, including Edwin, very, very jealous. I was at the finale of Porsche Schwarzkopf Suisse this year at the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli, named after the late great man who, well, funny enough, Misano is not that far from the hometown of 9-time World Motorbike Racing Champion and a man who competed in the World Endurance Championship in GT3 the last 2 years, Valentino Rossi, Tavuglia. They were both very, very good friends, and Marco was from Misano, and Tavuglia is not that far away from Misano. No. How do I know? Because when I came off the Autostrada, I saw signs in yellow and black pointing to Tavuglia, the hometown of Valentino Rossi, who still lives there, has his motocross ranch there. His firm does all the merch for MotoGP riders currently in the class as well. And I think does he still have the 46 MotoGP team still going?
Yes, the MotoGP team is still with VR46, Pertamina Enduro. It's exactly that's the name, Pertamina Enduro VR46 racing team. So yes, he still has it obviously, and next year could be a big change because in 2027, since there will be new regulations with the 850cc engines, shorter aerodynamics, so no ride height devices, no anything. There could be a change in manufacture. They could not use Ducati bikes, so that will be a big shake-up as well in the grid. But it will be a big prospect. 2026 next year in MotoGP is going to be amazing. We were talking about this before we started our television commentary here. It will be amazing because many riders are going to end up their contracts will end up. And obviously some teams also will try to find another manufacturer. So even Tech 3, Pertamina Enduro VR46 as well. All these independent teams can move manufacturers, and they might. So the silly season of MotoGP next year will be one of the craziest we've ever seen in all motorsport history. I think even crazier than when Lewis went from Mercedes to Ferrari. That's crazier, because one rider can trigger all the other riders.
We were talking about the fact that Pecco Bagnaglia's contract at Ducati is up at the end of this year, and I said, well,
yes.
And I was very right in what I said, didn't I? That Bagnaia is going to dictate how things are going to be. I mean, one of the marks that I would love to see come back to MotoGP, Suzuki.
Yeah.
And I mean, the thing is you know, I think they do want to. Suzuki do want to return to it. Of course, they were running World Superbikes, but the thing is that MotoGP is MotoGP, and when you think about now that they're under new ownership, so new logos, new champions.
Under Liberty Media now.
Yeah, Liberty Media, who also own Formula One. But I think it's more the case is that, you know, they're both very, very high profile, very, very, you know, high recognized. You know, if you get into MotoGP, you know, you've made it.
Oh, there's a spinner. Jan Span, sorry, just up the road. Jan Span, there he is. Where is Endro? Endro should be behind.
He's closing. He's closing at it. Yeah, there he is.
But he's not close enough. That's the problem. And that's the problem when you. And where is Justin? Justin is behind a lot. He's, I think, 14 seconds behind. And that's the problem. You need to be. Sorry to cut you off, Felix. No, but I just saw him at the top of the picture. So, but you need to be closer, so that you can take advantage of these situations. So Andrew wasn't close enough to at least take the. Obviously, we know that low first racing might get the place back, but still you end up losing a bit of time. We have a replay here, so he's coming up to the bus stop chicane. There was an error there as well, like before.
Oh yeah, it's ping.
I think it's because of the error. Maybe because of the error on the internet. Maybe it caused him that. That spin. It could be.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you know, sometimes people do join servers with high ping ratios, and I know that leagues have penalised people by saying, well, if that person is running with high internet ping, then we're not going to allow them to compete because it just causes problems for everybody else. But yeah, I mean, it was an uncharacteristic mistake. You know,
that's okay.
But I think the way that it happened, it would have been the fact that he probably turned it a bit too tight for the final part of the chicane.
Yeah, and
then the left rear tyres hit the curb and then spun the McLaren around.
Yeah.
So
totally agree with you.
I think it's more the case of once bitten, twice shy for Jan Šurašák at the moment. We are still keeping on with the Puttinu Cares Foundation 24 hours endurance race and another new fast lap. Mikel Marchia underneath 2 minutes 16.5 seconds by 18 thousandths. The man, you know what? I've got a nickname for him. Mikel the Machine Marchica. There we go.
He looks like a machine, but I mean, it doesn't look like he's going to do a mistake, and that's the thing. That's what makes you wonder, because at the National GT3 Sim Racing Championship, he did make mistakes, and he made a mistake at the most crucial race of them all. The last feature race we had was an hour long, and he missed his chance to win the championship. He spun around. After 15 minutes of the race, he spun around. So he lost many positions and ended up losing the championship. So it's an uncharacteristic mistake from him to do, and he's showing here that he's not that kind of driver that does these mistakes, but he did them at the most crucial moment of his sim racing career. Hopefully, obviously, he will never do it again, and I mean, Mikel Marchia is smart enough to know where he did the mistake, and he will learn from them. and come on next year at the Sim Racing GT3 National Sim Racing Championship harder and faster than ever before. He's showing us right now how faster he is. I mean, he's lapping faster than anyone else, almost 2 seconds than anyone else, just in another planet, in another dimension.
Broadcast will be in 3 parts. We have 3 respective links on the YouTube channel. So keep with us. Mikhail Machia, so close to the wall, coming down from the source in towards Bougie and Agnon. Up the hill he goes. A little bit of sparks flying from the left side of the rear diffuser on that Aston Martin 4-litre twin-turbo V8 Vantage GT3. A car that has seen success, actually. If anyone might remember this year's CrowdStrike 24 Hours by Spa-Francorchamps in the Gold Cup, it was the team backed by the certain now 4-time Formula 1 world champion Max Verstappen in the Verstappen.com racing car. So yeah, it's good to see that this car does still perform, and in iRacing, a bit like the Mustang, when both cars joined the service here on iRacing, everyone had a little bit of a feeling out period of trying to see how they can get the best out of the cars. So these are open setups, so the teams will have worked hard on the setups of the car. So at the turn of the hour, we will, myself and Edwin, we will take a little bit of a breather and leave you with a little bit of GT3 ASMR around here at Spa-Francorchamps. But still, the more money that you people can donate, it doesn't matter how much it is, as long as it's at least 10 euros, it makes a difference. Every single cent you send in will be donated to the Puttinu Cares Foundation. We have a target to hit of 4,000 euros, which means over the 2 24-hour races. And there we go, another 30 euro donation. So which means we are, well, call that 110, so we're effectively 60 euros away from hitting our first average of the 24-hour endurance race, raising money for Puttinu Cares here on World Pro Racing. That's great stuff to see. And another anonymous donation. Well, whoever you are, if we get in touch and you don't give us your name and address, you won't be getting that cap.
And he will give us the details, because that cap is amazing. We were talking about this before, Alex. A cap that is signed by these following drivers: Charles Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Oliver Behrman, Yuki Tsunoda, Liam Lawson, and Isaac Hadjar. This cap will be available for the top donator of this event. Obviously, we're about to reach, we will hope to reach 4,000 euros by the end of this event, and we're 100 euros in, so 110, because you already donated 10 euros, Alex, so 110 basically. So and the top donator of this event will get this signed cap. It will be an official Formula 1 cap signed by the following drivers: Charles Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Oliver Behrman, Yuki Tsunoda, Liam Lawson, and Isaac Hadjar. And obviously I can safely say 4-1, this will be a great item for a collection for any motorsport enthusiast here in Malta. And we know how many motorsport enthusiasts we have, but also we know how much we love to help those in need. So whatever you can donate for Puttinu Cares, I can also provide you the numbers that we have available. Bank transfer, you can do a BOV bank transfer on 7949 9423, and also I can if my my computer. Okay, there he is. And to donate a 233 euros, it's 50617380. For a 699 euro donation, it's 506183939. And for 1165 donation, that's 5061925. So whatever you can, even the smallest amount can maybe change these people's lives, people who are much in need, more than us, surely, 100%. So whatever you can donate, please donate for Puttinu Cares.
Whilst Michele Marcia is away, and it looks like he's trying to navigate his way to Germany at the moment. He's 27 seconds up the road from this battle here for P2 and P3. In the meantime, whilst Craig Caruana has been losing time to Michele Marcia, he's actually being reeled in by Sam Howes in the number 21 Protocar Sim Racing Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. 6.3 litre naturally aspirated V8. And I remember a funny thing quite a while ago. I did my first ACC broadcast. I think it was with WPR, and someone thought, they tried to correct me. They said, no, the GT3 car's got the same engine as the road car. And I went, no. And I said, if you check the Mercedes AMG website, it is not a 4-litre twin-turbo V8. It's the 6.3 litre naturally aspirated V8, and it's only on the next generation car because obviously this car has been running for quite a few years now, the Mercedes AMG. It's gone through the where we had the more rounded headlights on the first iteration of the Mercedes AMG GT3. Of course, this particular car had the likes of Lucas Auer, the nephew of ex-F1 driver and ex-Scuderia Toro Rosso team boss, Gerhard Berger, battling in the DTM Championship this year, along with Maro Engel, who's been a Mercedes works driver for well over the best part of 2.5 decades, and is the man that's won the Macau GT World Cup in Mercedes. Unfortunately, Mercedes not taking part in the former Portuguese colony at the Circuito de Gaia, which is one of the most fearsome circuits, but is a driver's favourite. But look at this, Sam Howes really closing in as they come through campus now into Stavolo. And Sam Howes will stretch the legs on this very, very noisy, it sounds like an airplane whenever you hear a V8 Mercedes go through. Michele Marcia under 2 minutes 16.4, a 2:16.332 by the man leading the way by nearly 29 seconds. As Sam Howes closes in on Craig Caruana for P2 into the chicane.
Could be that the tires maybe are worn out for Craig Caruana, because all of a sudden he lost all the advantage he had on Sam Howes. In just a couple of laps, Sam Howes really reeled him in. So it's a matter of a couple of corners in which Sam Howes needs to overtake Craig Caruana. Craig Caruana and the Apex Racing Dynamics Porsche with the number 48 struggling to keep Sam Howes and the Protocar Sim Racing Mercedes AMG behind. So a bit of an issue maybe there for Craig Caruana, maybe tires, maybe fatigue as well, because we're almost an hour into this race, but for some reason that we can't we don't know right now. Maybe I don't know if he's here because not all drivers are here. Some of them are I think are racing from their own simulators. But if Sam Howes is here during our break, I will Craig Caruana, if he's driving from here, I will ask him at the hour break. I will ask him what the problem is, because seems to me it's either fatigue or maybe tires.
Maybe
even went off track as well. I mean, it could be tires, because he even went off track. But that Porsche, really, even the AMG now, I think, just went literally into the car park. So it could be tires that are maybe worn out. But still, I mean, if the tires are worn out for these guys, how come Michele Marcia are still pushing with a 2:16?
I think the thing is that Michele Marcia has found that balance with regards to being able to keep the car on the limit, but it's not always about pushing it 100%. You know, if you're over driving the car, the rear tyres are going to get the front end of it. I mean, one of the other things that Craig Caruana is going to suffer with is understeer, because as that fuel tank, which is located in front of that Porsche, as that loses the fuel, it's going to make the front end lighter, which means the centre of gravity for the Porsche 911 GT3R will be a little bit understeery, and the back end will be more prone to getting a bit sideways, so to speak. And with the Mercedes, I mean, the thing is, the centre of gravity is quite good at the front end of it. The back end of it is an absolute pain in the backside because the fuel tank's there. So it's kind of like the reverse situation of what the Porsche is going through at the moment. So we have got 11.5 minutes to go. We are at the 100, so we're effectively 2.5% of the target at the moment. So once we hit 400 euros, we'll be at the 10% mark of the 4,000 euros that we want to hit as our target. So the more the merrier, as we say here, folks. I know there's quite a few of you watching on YouTube, quite a few of you watching on Facebook. So please don't forget, we are here to interact with you all at home if you are watching. So please, please tell us who you're rooting for, and if you're at the WPR site, well, stick your comments in, because either myself or Edwin will actually end up reading them. So the least, the main thing is we want to hear from you. We want to hear if you're if you're racing in sim racing, what you love about Spa-Francorchamps, which car is your favourite out of the cars we've got out on the circuit. Is again, Craig Caruana goes wide. Sam Howes at this point looks to be a little bit more settled as they're going through Puol. That time from Sam Howes was a little bit neater. Craig Caruana's rear end of that Porsche looks a little bit loose, so to speak, in the way that traction on, because of with the engine and the gearbox being on the back end of that car, that is actually going to burn through the tyres a little bit more. So Craig Caruana, I think here, Edwin, is on a little bit of a conservation strategy, which is why we're seeing him lap. I mean, his last lap was a 2:18.683. Mikael Mercia's last lap, 2:16.529. So do the math on that one, folks. That is over 2.3 seconds lost.
Yeah, and right now I'm also speaking to Jaden Elul, who is also a teammate with Protocol Sim Racing driver Sam Howes, and I asked him right away, what was the deal with maybe Craig Caruana? Is it tires, maybe something related to that? And he told me yes, it could be tires. Even Sam Howes is experiencing the same issue, sort of. So yeah, this could be tire related. But I mean, that's the brilliance of Mikael Mercia. He doesn't seem to have this problem at the same track with the same track conditions, not with the same car though, because obviously Mikael Mercia, but still he's driving a Mercedes AMG, so same as the Protocol Sim Racing, but he seems to have found that sweet spot, that feeling from the car that enables him to lap 2 seconds faster than anybody else. So great driving by Mikael Mercia. Doesn't seem to have any tire wear issues whatsoever. Having said that, Craig Caruana and Sam Howes are maybe struggling a little bit with tire wear. Maybe Craig Caruana more than Sam Howes, but Sam Howes being behind Craig Caruana won't help his tire temperatures, and that's why we saw him go off at P1. So either Sam Howes gets on with it, or maybe, in fact, even Craig Caruana now he's finding some drivers in front. I think that's Petrolhead. I think that's the Petrolhead's car or the Outliers car. It's flashing the lights. So I
yeah, that's the Outliers.
Fact,
yeah.
In fact,
yeah.
But I think I didn't. That's the problem with the back markers. The Outliers car are not. He's not looking in his mirror. And Craig Caruana's, he went off as well. He went off as well. So it needs to be okay. Yeah, I did it. Yeah, they just went to the right and let Sam Howes do. But having done that, Sam Howes maybe lost a bit of time through that particular corner and maybe lost touch with Craig Caruana. In fact, Craig Caruana maybe has a bit of a breather, has half a second, more than half a second advantage on Sam Howes. But it's a matter of a couple of corners until Sam Howes tries to pull out a move on Craig Caruana. Maybe he's maybe doing it now on Craig Caruana, breaking to the bus stop chicane. Sam House on the inside, thinks better of it now, so stays in third place. Sam House thinks better of that move because he was not particularly side by side with Craig Caruana. So Craig Caruana, the number 48 Porsche, still has that second place as written also on the windscreen of the cars that we are looking at right now, and Sam House in the number 21 car still has that third place.
Yeah, so we are 6 3/4 minutes coming towards the end of the first of 24 hours here at World Pro Racing for live coverage over the next 23 hours, 6 minutes and 30 seconds. So don't forget, we will be covering the entirety of this race. Throttle Junkies have just come into the pits. Now, the one thing about Michael Marchia, you mentioned about the fact that he's found that sweet spot with the tyres and the car, but the other thing that's going to restrict him, fuel. So once that car has got probably enough for 2 laps of fuel, he will probably end up bringing it in with 1 lap of fuel in that car to spare, and that is going to be the big difference. It is about how you manage the fuel, because here at Spa, you are on the throttle for at least 65 to 70% of the time at full throttle in these machines, and most of them, depending on their configuration, will run anywhere between 550 to 600 brake horsepower. And again, we can see that Craig Caruana starting to struggle again because Sam Howes in the Protocar Sim Racing number 21 Mercedes in the straight line stuff is able to keep with the Porsche. Now they're going through into the next right, which is going to lead them through. Now that's Campus into Stavlo. Sam Howes is 0.37 of a second behind. Here comes the overspeed as they now gun on the throttle at full racing speed through heading into towards Blanchimont. Sam Howes, the gap is now rapidly decreasing as we ride on board with the rear view cam. 0.2 of a second.
He needs to stay right. He needs to stay right. Craig Caruana needs to stay right for this call, and he does. But Sam Howes on the outside. He's side by side with Craig Caruana. Craig Caruana needs to stay there. He goes to the pits. Craig Caruana pits. Craig Caruana pits. And that leaves the door open for Sam Howes.
I think Sam Howes will have to put in one hell of an in-lap, because I would imagine that he's going to be in next time. Justin Mifsud is in the pits, and he's making his way towards the pit lane entry and rejoins back in 6th position, which is exactly where he came in from. So total pit stop time for the number 8 Puttinu 24 Porsche 992 GT3R. 1 minute 32.6. Jan Šuržák has come in. So there you go. There's the bright red F1 cap with the signatures of Leclerc, Piastri, Behrman, Tsunoda, Lawson and Hadjar. Now there's an interesting fact that not a lot of people know about Isaac Hadjar. Now he runs under a French license, but he's Franco-Algerian, which is quite an interesting one, because Isaac is spelt differently in countries such as Algeria, and I know one of my good friends who is part of the FIA designated ASN for Algeria is a good friend of mine. Shout out to Massi Bougache. He said, you know that Isaac is Algerian, all right? Yeah. He said, how do you know? I said, the name's unusual for a French guy. And he went, and Massi and I have known each other. We've known each other since 2021. And he said, I think the Red Bull deal is done. And I went, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised if he gets the call up. But you know what? I think at the end of the day, 2026 for Formula One is going to be really exciting. 50% of dependence on the internal combustion engines, and 50% of the power will be provided by the electrical component. MGUK will be staying. The MGUH from the hybridized side, the propellers on the turbos, that goes. We'll have this new aero wing side of things. So Jenson Button was the first person to deploy DRS.
Yes.
And
yes.
Kimi Antonelli was the last one to use it at Yas Marina just a couple of weeks ago. We're into the last 2.5 minutes of this opening hour, and it's been a pretty interesting one. Whilst the pit stops have happened, well, Throttle Junkies have now ended up behind the Puttinu 24 number 8 Porsche. Justin Mifsud makes his way through into La Source. Now, there's an interesting little tidbit, a little bit of facts here at Spa, is that if you go to the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, which is going to happen every single year in the middle part of summer, so like June, July, if you are there when the cars are about to do their show run going into the main square of Spa-Francorchamps, there are 2 signs that are, and they're actually road signs on the inside of La Source. One points to Stavelot, which is the one that goes from La Source down into Eau Rouge. The other one, no, I think it was Stavelot on one side and Malmedy was the other. So there are 2 road signs on the inside of the actual inside wall at Spa-Francorchamps. I do remember, because I did see it, and it was a long time ago, to be honest with you. But it was something I'm just having a look through my photo album to see if I can actually find it. And I did do. I was working for Eau Rouge Simulators at that point that weekend, and it was a bit of a lengthy road trip, but a hell of a road trip that I will never forget as long as I live, because it was one of the best 24-hour races I've been to. But folks, we are getting closer and closer to the opening of the concluding part of the first hour here on World Pro Racing for the 24 hours endurance race of Spa-Francorchamps for Puttinu. Myself and Edwin, we will be back in about 5 or 10 minutes time as we leave you with a bit of ASMR and a bit of funky music in the background whilst we take a brief break here on World Pro Racing as the race to raise money for Puttinu Cares Foundation continues right here, right now. Welcome back to continuing coverage here on World Pro Racing for the Puttinu Cares Foundation 24-hour endurance race from the virtual recreation of the legendary 7.004 kilometre Spa-Francorchamps circuit nestled deep in the Ardennes forest in Belgium. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, and once again alongside me in the commentary position, Edwin Saliba. Edwin, we've had a little bit of an opportunity just to have a little bit of a breather, but still, every single team so far, apart from the outliers with Jake Puttinu behind the wheel, have done at least one pit stop. But petrol heads who've just done 19 laps, as there we see the one of the main men behind World Pro Racing, Puttinu 24 himself, Justin Mifsud, doing very, very well at the moment. Started the race down in P7, now currently runs P5 in the number 8 Porsche 992 GT3R. We haven't hit our average for the first hour, but I'm sure that once we are done in probably about 3/4 of an hour's time, when we get to the end of hour 2, things will be hopefully moving in the right direction to raise money. We're looking at a target of €4,000, my friend.
Yes, hello and welcome back everyone, and obviously from here it's a good afternoon to everyone that is watching our live commentary feed. We're looking at Justin Mifsud, as you were saying, Alex, and I wasn't on a break, to be honest with you. I was going around some of the drivers that are here, because not all drivers are driving from this facility, from World Pro Racing. Some of them are driving from home, like Project Aversio is driving from home, Michael Mercia, for example. I think also Protocast Sim Racing and Apex Racing Dynamics, they're all driving from their own simulators. But I had a small chat with Andrew Elul of Throttle Junkies, now is replaced by Tiashan Moodley. And well, he told me, because I was looking at the timing screens, and we can notice that Justin Mifsud is in 5th place. So he overtook Throttle Junkies, and I asked him, Andrew, what happened during pit stops? I mean, same amount of for fuel, basically, same amount of time. What was the problem? The problem was that when Tiashan Moodley stepped in to drive, they drove on a different simulator and had no sound. So basically you'll end up with no feeling in your ear of whatever the engine note and engine noise and engine RPM is. So you end up losing a lot of time. That's why Justin is in 5th place. So he overtook Throttle Junkies. That's one of the big headlines, to be honest, because Throttle Junkies can't afford to lose any more time. I also, in keeping with this precious time, obviously, Alex, we need to remind everyone about the precious time we have in our lives. Our life, we only have one.
We only have one life. Yeah,
so
we're not here, and I think, as the saying goes, Edwin, and you'll probably agree with me on this, we're not here for a long time, but we're here for a good time. Yes. We have to live vicariously with every moment. And there you see the prize for our top donator towards a target of €4,000 for Puttinu Cares, a signed cap, a Formula 1 cap, bright red, signed by current, as of 2025 racing drivers: Charles Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Ollie Behrman, Yuki Tsunoda, Liam Lawson and Isaac Hadjar. And that is a priceless gift. Those autographs, I'm sure that when those drivers have retired, ended up becoming a pundit for their possibly national TV channels, those autographs will be worth a small mint, let's say. But it is a priceless prize. It is for the top donator. QR code is on your screen. Now, if you are in Malta and you want to donate via SMS, €2.33, use the following number: 5061 7380. That's 5061 7380. To donate €6.99, it's 5061 8939. That's 5061 8939. And for €11.65, that's 5061 9225. 5061 9225 via BOV mobile. Also, you can do a BOV bank transfer to Puttinu. BOV mobile is the name, and the number is 79499423. 79499423. Or if you are not in Malta, open your camera on your phone, put it on the QR code, scan it, and it will take you through to the Streamlabs donations page, where a minimum donation of €10 will do wonders for children affected by cancer. And with the support that Puttinu Cares have supplied since October 2002, it's not for the children that are suffering with this very, very debilitating and life-destroying disease. It is also their families, close and extended families, that are also mentally affected by a young person in the early formative years of their development as a human on this earth to go through one of the most difficult diseases. Whether it be a child suffering with leukemia, a child suffering with terminal cancer, the more that we can put towards helping Puttinu Cares provide these children and their families with what they need through these difficult times, every single cent will count to making those lives feel that little bit more comfortable. Every waking hour, every waking day. And there we go, Nicholas Lee Gatt has just decided to put us up by €50. So €150 in the kitty, not including the €10 that I've donated. Of course, if it's done through the Streamlabs QR code, we will get an official notification. So that means at 22 hours and 41 minutes remaining of this 24-hour race, it is the case of the more money that people can donate. If you want to donate €10, if you want to donate €100, if you want to donate €3,850 right now and become our top donator, your money will help.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more, Alex, right there. I mean, these people, the amount of pain they go through, we can't. I mean, only you can imagine between the two of us. I can never imagine, because obviously I never had that painful event in my life. But I can only imagine what kind of pain you go through in that life, and helping these people out by donating something so small, so simple, from the everyday stuff we buy. We end up spending money on stuff we don't even need. Helping these people, even by a €10 donation, will mean the world to them. So please, donate, donate, donate. That's the only three words that we are going to repeat. Donate, donate, donate. Whatever you can donate on the numbers that Alex has provided you. And obviously, we're looking as well at the top, at the bottom right of your screens, the top donator gift that we have for you all. It's a signed Formula One official cap by Charles Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Oliver Behrman, Yuki Tsunoda, Liam Lawson, and last but not least, it's Isaac Hajar. So the race right now, we'll just go back to the racing that we have here. We were also watching that big scrap, Alex, between Apex Racing Dynamics and Proto Custom Racing. And after, when we were on break and they had the pit stop phase, Proto Custom Racing were ahead of Apex Racing Dynamics, but they ended up on track exactly behind each other. And Craig Caruana pulled off a stunning move, an amazing, I mean literally it was a showstopper move from Craig Caruana on Sam Hose at Lecombe and Malmedy. So an incredible overtake on the outside of Lecombe at those corners which they call right and then left. It was amazing. I think we have a replay here. If you can see this, Alex, it's just amazing. So we have Sam Hose in front of of the Apex Racing Dynamics. It goes around the outside, and with the extra grunt of the Porsche and the extra grip from the Porsche, he managed to pull off an amazing, stunning move on Sam Hose that secures second place for him right now.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, as I said earlier on, Edwin, is that with Porsche, you know, Porsche doing Porsche things is the running joke when it comes to talking about Porsche race cars in general in sim racing, not on the real life side of things, because when you're working for one of the 35 one-make championships that Porsche Motorsport have globally. I mean, like say Carrera Cup Middle East, Carrera Cup Benelux, Germany, Italy. We're going to have another replay here. Well, a replay here now, and this is of the Petrol Heads car, and that's got Nicholas Morton behind the wheel now, coming up over the. Oh, now that's not exactly how you want to. Now, one of the things that the drivers can't do is cross the white line coming out of pit lane exit, but that was him
exactly.
Just a little bit. If you do that, that's an automatic black flag penalty, which means either it's a stop and hold for 35 seconds or it's a drive-through penalty. Our very own WPR legend, one of the founders of the facility in Malta, Justin Mifsud, running in the Puttinu 24 liveried number 8 Porsche, started P7 after qualifying. Was very well. There was a lot of air that was blue in the WPR studio and location whilst he was waiting for iRacing on the simulator to update. But he managed to get out and do 2 hot laps in qualifying after an out lap. So in the last 5 minutes, Justin managed to make sure he was not having to do a, as we would like to say in the United Kingdom, a top gear from the rear. He's managed to make up 2 spots from 7th, and he's running a very, very conservative P5 at the moment. So at some point later on tonight, we will get to that point where we will go from daytime to nighttime. Now, one of the big things that is helping some of the cars here, Edwin, is the fact that when we went green nearly an hour and a half ago, the track temperature was at 29 degrees centigrade. It's now at 26. Air temperature has stayed around the same. Now, I have a question to ask you. Did you manage to have a brief chat with Michael Marcia at all? Because obviously we talked about him before he came into the pits, that he seemed to be one with the car and also the tyres, and the only thing that was restricting him was the fuel level in the Aston Martin. Did you manage to have a chat with him?
The thing is that that's one of the problems that I face, that Michael Marcia is not racing from here. He's racing from home. So I can never, right now, at this moment in time, I can't ask him, but I will ask him when he has his stint, when he stops his stint. I can ask him, I will chat with him a bit. While you were saying that, I'm looking at something else, Alex, and this you'll find interesting. Loafers Racing Jan Skoratsk, he's doing, his best lap is a 2:18.575, and last lap of Protocol Sim Racing Sam Hose is 2:19.610. So that's an almost second gained by the Loafers Racing. And in fact, if we look at the gap, I mean, you could say it's huge. It's not that huge on a 24-hour race. He's going to end up behind him.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, the gap between them is closing a little bit. And in the opening sector, Jan Schurzak took over a tenth and a half out of Sam Howes in that opening sector. So it was the 39.291 by Howes, 39.136 by Schurzak. When they get through to sector 2, at the end of sector 2, which is coming through campus and into Stavelot before they go on the run towards Blanchimont, we could be hitting over 600 plus laps by the end of the race itself. It's predicting 633, but let me say this to you folks, at the end of this race, now we could have, you know, when we got pit stops taking anywhere between a minute and 20. Our lowest pit stop was done by Jake Bonici. So the Outliers and Petrol Heads have done 2 pit stops already. So as you can see in the top left-hand corner of your screen on the timing tower, 38. We're on lap 39 out of 633 at the moment. So yeah, Jan Shurashak has just taken another 6.5 tenths, so that is close to 9 tenths of a second that he's taken out of Sam Howes, and that gap is coming down. But what I'm also noticing, Craig Caruana is coming to the pit lane. So Protocar Sim Racing, if Sam Howes decides to stay out, which he has done, has just gone up into P2, which could mean now that Jan Skudajak will go up into third place. That, as you can see by the timing tower, the gap between third and fourth is coming down significantly. Caruana yet to hit his marks in the pit lane. They will not park on the pit box by where the Formula 1 cars will normally be. They will go round through the inside of the pit wall and go down into the second half of the pit garages. And there you see a lovely graphic there. Top donator gets a cap signed by the following F1 drivers: Ferrari's Charles Leclerc, McLaren's Oscar Piastri, Haas F1's Oliver Behrman, Yuki Tsunoda from Red Bull Racing, Liam Lawson and Isaac Hadjar from Racing Bulls, of course, for 2026. Tsunoda becomes the Red Bull Racing official reserve test driver. Isaac Hadjar takes his place alongside Max Verstappen next year, and I'm really, really excited about the young talent from the UK. So we're going to have another British driver on the grid. I'm not showing bias, mainly because I've followed this young man's career. Arvid Lindblad is going to be taking the second spot at Racing Bulls in 2026. And of course, we're going to see a completely new concept for Formula 1. 100% sustainable fuel. 50% of the power provided to the cars will be internal combustion. The other 50% full electric. Only one of the motor generator units, which will be the kinetic, not the hybrid side of things. And then we're going to have no more DRS, because at certain points on the circuit, the movable front and rear wings will then provide a low drag setup for the drivers to keep on pushing, and that will be automatically engaged at certain parts of the track. So now that the fact that we have got 5 of the 8 cars so far, so that includes Tiashan Moodley from Throttle Junkies, Justin Mifsud in the Puttinu 24, Jan Skudajak for low fares, Sam Howes is now going to extend his stint. So this means that, Jerome is now taken over from Craig Caruana in the Apex Racing Dynamics. So good job by Craig. He was in the car for nearly 90 minutes, so 2 stints done in the 48 Porsche, which has rejoined 48 seconds behind Low Fares Racing as Sam Howes, careful of those track limits. Now, obviously, one of the other big things they'll have to contend with as well is something that we won't always see on the right-hand side of the timing tower, which is a yellow flag for track limit slowdown penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sam Howes really got close to that track limit. As you were saying as well, great job by Craig with the Apex Racing Dynamics machine. I mean, he just did an incredible job, an incredible drive, and that overtake on Sam Howes, I mean, just showed us what kind of determination he had to take second place of Sam Howes. I mean, really incredible overtake. I mean, we haven't seen this type of overtake. I mean, the only overtake we can get close was Michael Mercia at the first couple of laps of this race, but amazing drive by the Apex Racing Dynamics driver. I mean, now it's Jerome Kakia with the Apex Racing Dynamics in 4th place, taking over from Craig, so we'll see how that pans out to be. And Low Fares Racing slowly with Jan Skudajak. I mean, he's still there from the beginning of the race in 3rd place. He's not gaining that much on the Protocar Sim Racing. That gap stabilized between 14.9 and 15 seconds, but he's still there. I mean, we have to consider that he was in 6th place behind the Throttle Junkies car of Andrew Alou. So slowly he's just gaining more experience, gaining speed. finding some more lap time during his stint, and professionally now in third place. Really great job by the Loafers racing driver. That is Jan Skorczak. And then we have Protocast Sim Racing driver Sam Hose, who we're watching him, we're looking at him right now. He's extending his stint. Now this is important and interesting because Apex Racing Dynamics, since they changed the driver, their driver might not be as fast as Craig, although saying that he's just doing 39.2 at the first sector. So I mean, just proved me wrong there, I think. But so if Jerome Kakia finds the speed possible, he could make it hard for Sam Hose to still maintain this second place that is occupied right now. I mean, on the other hand, then, if Jerome Kakia doesn't find the speed, he can make it so easily for Sam Hose to overtake him during the pit stop, during his pit stop phase, during Sam Hose's pit stop phase. So it's tricky. Jerome Kakia now needs to have the best outlaps that he has ever done in his entire sim racing career, almost, because he needs to leave Sam Hose behind him.
Yeah, very much the case. It's never easy in a 24-hour endurance race. Trying to keep a calm head on cool shoulders, and you know when you're, you know, Sam Hose has been behind the wheel of the number 21 Protocar Sim Racing Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 Evo from qualifying, and also the last bit of free practice as well that the drivers had, you know, just to get everything sort of set up right on the car. And one of the big things about a 24-hour endurance race for those uninitiated in GT3 racing, well, a little bit of information for you all is that when you're going through free practice and through warm-ups, you're having to make a compromise. If you're running in a team of 3 drivers, you need to make sure that the car has the right balance for everybody's skill set. You want to minimize the amount of adjustment you need to do here or there, and there's minimal adjustments that you might be able to do during a pit stop here on iRacing, but it's about getting that sweet spot of that car. And Mikhail, the machine Marcia, is leading by the best part of well over half a lap at the minute. 1 minute 23 is his lead at the moment. But
in about 2 laps, he lapped them.
I know, that's the thing.
In about 2 laps, he will lap the whole field. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, looking at the lap times at the minute, well, he's got to find another 60 seconds, Edwin, let's be honest, to
yeah, of course,
to try and get through on Skurzak and also Sam Hose, who we see coming down the Kemmel Straight at over 245 kilometers an hour in 6th gear. And that's the thing. It's with these races. And we laughed about this earlier on, but it's the same in sim racing as in real life. Is that you tell a driver, yes, this is a 20. Oh my goodness, Mikhail Marcia, 2 minutes. We are that close to breaking into the high 215s at the minute. So,
yeah, I mean, he's lapping 5 seconds faster than Nicolas Morten, more than 5 seconds, 5.5 than Nicolas Morten in last place. He will lap him in what? In a matter of 30 minutes.
Well, the thing is that he's actually Nicolas Morten is 2 laps down. He's 2 laps down.
Yeah, because he did his pit stops and he had some damage, I think.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Sam Hose.
So Jake Bonici then. Say Jake Bonici. He will get lapped easily.
Well, I mean, you can see here that Mikhail is not averse to putting 2 wheels through the kitty litter, aka the gravel coming out of Malmedy, following on from Lecon. You know, he's driving this Aston Martin like he stole it, a bit like James Bond stealing the DB10 Inspector when there was that iconic. If anyone remembers that film, and I know you do, Edwin, when he had that wonderful, you had the DB10, which actually was a car that never hit the road through Aston Martin. It was a car that was specifically developed for James Bond series.
Exactly.
And then, do you remember what the car was that was the chase car?
I forgot.
Jaguar. It was the Jaguar CX-75, driven by ex-WWE multi-time heavyweight champion of the world, Dave Bautista, who's moved into the acting business. He played Drax in Guardians of the Galaxy. he also had a bit part in Blade Runner 2049, which is the sequel to the original, directed by one Ridley Scott, starring Harrison Ford back in 1982. I'm a bit of a film buff as well, so there, look, Mr. Mifsud snacking away whilst both hands are on the wheel, and he's got plenty of Monster Energy by his side, I'm sure. I mean,
as soon as I walked in, Alex, I saw a bag full of Monster Energy drink. Literally, as soon as I came into World Pro Racing. So he has plenty of fuel left.
You're going to have to say, yeah, before you head off to the gym later on this afternoon, you need to take a picture and just show me. Just send it to me.
Let's hope he didn't drink it all yet. So if there is still yet,
I hope for his sake he's kept them mostly sugar-free.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't know, so I need to check them.
But still, what Justin is doing, I mean, he's had a special T-shirt made for all these events. I mean, this is the second one that we've done here at World Pro Racing. You and I have both been a part of the efforts. Of course, Justin has got his own stream running as well in the meantime. The air was a bit blue, as we mentioned earlier on, when he was waiting for iRacing to update on the simulator before he got going. But,
you should have seen what he came here saying to me. I mean,
we can't repeat it on air. We can't repeat it on air.
No. He just came in, and I saw I heard the door opening, and I just look behind, and I see him raging. Literally steam coming out of his ears. Why aren't you there? Why are you here? Updating, get with it's updating now. It's only but luckily for us, he managed to at least put 2 laps during the qualifying session.
Yes, he did. He did indeed, and that just goes to show. So yeah, if you do head to Justin's social media on Facebook, there is. We've also, thanks to our team led by Nicholas with regards to broadcasting at World Pro Racing Studios in Malta, there is a link to click on for making your donations. We're currently at 150 on the Streamlabs charity donation page. So we are 150 euros of the way through out of 4,000. We raised 6,000 euros when 14 months ago in September of 2024 we were racing for twice around the clock at the World Centre of Speed Daytona International Speedway Road Course. Of course, the location of the Rolex 24, the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600 when it comes to NASCAR Infinity Series. But Michael Mercia now has nearly a 90-second advantage over Sam Howes at the moment in this race. We are 20.5 minutes away from coming towards the turn of the second hour. So another 10 hours until we hit the halfway point. And Mercia just absolutely driving the car off the ragged edge of a cliff, so to speak, even though he's finding time here or there. His last lap was a 2:16.1. I think there still might be some time where, well, he has actually gone underneath. He has done a best lap of the race, which is a 2:15.932. So I would imagine that Michael Mercia might be doing the opening 3 stints here, doing a triple at this moment, Edwin. And he is just absolutely grabbing the Aston Martin by the scruff of the rear wing and kicking it, bringing it kicking and screaming and roaring around with its twin-turbo V8 round here at Spa.
And just to put this into context, I was doing some research here and there regarding Michael Mercia's race pace, which is absolutely incredible. I mean, it's a qualifying pace. We didn't even see these times in qualifying trim with low fuel, let alone with full tanks and race tires and everything else. But just to give you a context, in real life though, because I need to do some more digging. In real life, the absolute lap record of a GT3 lap time at Spa is a 2:16.162. That is how much Michael Mercia is fast around here. His fastest lap, you can see it on the bottom of your screen there. It's a 2:15.932. So it's almost quarter of a second faster than the actual lap record of the track on a GT3 car on the same category. So it's amazing. What I need to search for is trying to search the actual lap record of iRacing of the GT3. As Throttle Junkies just dropped another place. Something is wrong. Ah, okay, he's in the pits. He's in the pits. I need to check in iRacing what the lap record is, and I think I found something here, but some expert caught inside something is wrong on the website. But I need to check with what the lap record. But I'm suspecting that Michael Meccia right now, honestly speaking, is the fastest in iRacing, because what I'm looking at also is videos of iRacing with a Ferrari GT3 at Spa, and he is doing this particular driver is doing a 2 minute 16.1. So my best guess is that Project Aversio's Michael Meccia, my guess, is the fastest driver ever on iRacing. That's my best guess, because I'm not looking, I'm not finding any more faster times than his 2 minute 15.92, which is amazing, obviously.
I think the thing is that when you look at it, well, actually, I'm just having a look. The
I'm still looking
GT3
as well.
lap record is consistently pushing. So Michael Meccia is not the fastest ever driver.
Okay.
Dominic Cowan in a Mustang GT3. No, actually, the best lap record, the best lap was in a Ferrari 296 GT3. 2 minutes, 14.6 seconds. So Michael Meccia, at this moment in time, is about 1.3 seconds off in the Aston Martin.
That's amazing.
Now, yeah.
That's amazing. Considering how many people race on iRacing, that's incredible, eh? That's
well,
just
get this. The fastest lap in the 2024 iRacing 24 Hours of Spa official event in GT3 was a 2 minute 16.949
during the race.
During the race, which means that Michael Meccia is over 1 second quicker.
Faster,
That is according to SimRace. Now, there is a website that I am going to look at now.
Incredible.
Right. Seems like the website is having a slight issue.
Exactly. I'm on it right now. Sim Racing, guys. I saw it.
Simracing.wiki. Yeah.
Yes. And the fastest time that I see here is 2 minutes 16.205. It's incredible. I mean, Michael Meccia, I think he is the fastest driver during a race.
Yeah.
During a 24 hour, I think he is. There's no, I would make a mistake over there. He made a big hash of it, to be honest. But he managed to save the car and save himself from a spin. So, which I won't believe it do any damage to his time, because he's over a minute and a half advantage on Protocast Sim Racing. While we are saying that, I'm still looking, because I think these lap times are incredible. We have never seen these kind of lap times. A 2 minute 15.874. Now even faster. So he went below the barrier of a 2 minute 15.9. A 2 minute 15.874. It's just incredible. I mean, we've never seen these kind of lap times ever, and I don't think we will ever will. This is just incredible pace.
Well, I'm now gonna go to the official iRacing broadcast, because they normally say what the fastest lap of the race would have been. So, yeah, that's one of the good things about broadcasts on the stream. You can find out quite a few bits of information. So
yeah, and as well, even Throttle Junkies, not Throttle Junkies, even Protocast Sim Racing driver Jaden Allour is agreeing with you. The Mercedes was in qualifying setting with a 2 minute 14. Now we're in race trim, which is different. And I think you spotted something, Alex.
I have indeed. Okay, Luke McKeown on lap 414 of the Falcon 24-hour Spa-Francorchamps iRacing official event set a 2 minute 928. So Mikel Marchia
we're
is only
0.9 away.
second. Yeah, he's only about 0.9 of a second away.
Oh.
And that was after that was 400, lap 414 from 623.
Oh, that's
So
amazing, yeah.
it just goes to show that even at this stage of the race, how quick Mikel Marchia is at the moment. And you can see that you got his fastest lap of 2 minute 15.874. So he's just over 9 tenths. Yeah, it's 0.9. Yeah, it's 0.946. No, yeah, 0.94. Yeah, 0.944. That he's behind. Luke Owns lap on 414 out of 623. So it just goes to show that Mikel Marchia, you stick him in a GT3 car, he's one of the fastest Maltese sim racers out there when you put him behind the wheel of an Aston Martin.
It's just incredible. I mean, and I can't believe that this driver really didn't win the GT3 Sim Racing National Championship, because he's driving, he's in the zone. You can't even say anything about this guy. He's just in the zone. He's in a world of, he's in another dimension. Having said that as well, Alex, in about 5 laps time, Jayden Elul is going to be the driver of the Protocast Sim Racing team. So Protocast Sim Racing in about 4 laps time, 5 laps time, are about to pit, and Sam House will be replaced by Jayden Elul. Jayden Elul did really well in Formula 4, to be honest, at the National Sim Racing Championship of Formula 4. Did really well. He had a couple of mistakes, and he admitted to those mistakes, but especially in Tsukuba, he had an amazing event. I mean, he was leading the race only to be mugged 2 laps from the end. And Justin Mifsud is pitting right now.
Mifsud now comes in for his next pit stop. So, and that'll be pit stop number 2. 22 lap stint around the circuit here. So, you know, you'll see drivers go between a 22 to a 24.
Why is that, sorry to jump on you, why is Apex Racing Dynamics in pit as well for...
Mechanical black flag, so MB, mechanical black flag.
Okay.
So that's damage sustained. So effectively Justin's done just over 154 kilometres of distance at the moment. So... yeah, so Apex Racing Dynamics, that car has got right. I don't know if that's Jerome Kachia that has possibly smacked the barriers somewhere.
Wow. Somewhere, yeah.
So, don't know if we might get a replay on that
In fact, I think he had an off-track on lap 46. And we're about to see it right now, he had an off-track. And then what? And then he let the brakes.
Yeah.
He will let the brakes. Why did he let the brakes? He let the brakes go. He should have pressed the brake. Oh, rear suspension is broken. He couldn't even drive out. That's a shame, because they were doing such an incredible job with Craig. And to finish the race like this, it's just, it's painful. And that's the problem that we're speaking about it a couple of laps ago, Alex, that the inexperience, I mean the driver is experienced, but the inexperience at this event, now today, might have caused this issue. He knew he needed to put the lap times to keep Sam House behind him. Unfortunately, he made this mistake, and that mistake could happen when you want to undercut or overcut another driver. In this case, an overcut, which it didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, with the back left rear taking the brunt of the damage, that probably would have, that would have been rear suspension damage, drivetrain affected, probably rear wing smashed.
And also, Alex, sorry to cut on you again, Loafers Racing now get an P3. That's incredible. So we're speaking as well about this. Loafers Racing just putting in the laps, slowly building up speed. Now they're in P3, and they started in P7. Now that's an incredible I mean, for now, we still have 22 hours to go, but still, great drive right now by Low First Racing by Jan Skoratsk.
Yeah, I think it's just all about patience, and that's what you've also got to have around a 24-hour endurance race. I mean, you know, the thing is that out of everybody, the person who's got to have the most patience is Justin. Oh, he spun it coming up the chicane!
Yes!
He's done exactly what Skurasak did earlier on in the race,
Yes.
but oh, Justin, you were so lucky. That was a code round clean up on aisle 3. Get the mop out, why don't you? But Justin, luckily enough, I mean, let's just have a look, okay? Right, turns it in, hits the curb, and he's just gone too early on the throttle. He's gone too early on the throttle, I think.
Yeah, exactly like Jan Skoratsk. The curb unsettled the car, and as soon as the car jumped a bit and he pressed Justin pressed the accelerator, that's when the rear wheel spun and the car spun around. So it's the same exact situation as Jan Skoratsk found himself. But fortunately for Jan, he is managing right now a P3 finish, which is, to be honest, it's an incredible job. Low First Racing with Jan are in the pits.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that one of the biggest problems, folks, is that if you hit that curb coming into the second half of the chicane, as soon as that wheel goes up in the air and you hit that throttle, the rear wheel on the left-hand side of the back axle is going to be over-rotated, spinning like crazy trying to find traction, and the minute it plants its backside on the ground, that's it, game over, you're rotated round. So Jan Skurasak at the moment, coming down, is 30 seconds at the moment, transit time. Entry into the pit lane, and gets put a lap down by Michael Marcia. He's now closing in to 1 minute 48 seconds ahead of Sam Howes. Now, we're over half a century of laps so far. Michael Marcia puts the flashes on, so there's someone who's closing in rather quickly too, who's just come through.
Someone. I think it's the Porsche. I think it's the Porsche of Justin, maybe.
No, it's Petrol Heads. I think 42.
Okay.
That's the car that's in front of
that's it.
Who's now heading into Brussels at the minute. But it's just the fact is, as I said, Justin will be. We know that Justin will be swearing like a trooper after that what's just happened. But that's just him in a nutshell. But the thing is that all you've got to do from a mistake like that is dust yourself off, pick yourself back up, and go, right, I've done that mistake once. He's got to mitigate and do a little bit of damage control to start bringing himself back up the order, because all that hard work to get himself up to 5th place has just been undone by one uncharacteristic, unforced error. It is a mistake that can be easily made. You know, you're braking from high speed from Blanchimont into the chicane. Getting that second part of that chicane is absolutely crucial to a good lap time. I mean, I was on the I have to give a shout out to my friends from Genk Rouge Simulators, led by Tom Castamans. I worked with Eau Rouge at the Team WRT Villa, which is located right at the top of the circuit at La Source, and I ended up driving the BMW M4 GT3 Evo on Assetto Corsa Competizione around the circuit. No surprise here, Edwin. I had to go in the colours of the Skechers number 46, the blue and bright fluorescent yellow of Valentino Rossi. And it was quite funny. I decided to go, right, let's see how quick I can get over 10 laps. I put it in the wall coming out of Pouhon on my 3rd lap. And I was getting quicker and quicker. And even with damage to the left front, I still managed to best my lap time. I think I started and I did I think it was a 2:38 was my first lap. By lap 10, with a little bit of help by Alex Formont, who's still running in karting these days, but he's one of their engineers. He was giving me tips and tricks to understand the circuit. Once again, here we go. Top donator. We've had our top donation so far of €50. You will win this cap signed by Leclerc, Piastri, Behrman, Tsunoda, Lawson and Hadjar. That is for the top donator at the end of the 24-hour race, which is scheduled to complete in just under 22 hours and 4 minutes. That is for our top donator. Don't forget the numbers. If you are in Malta and you want to do an SMS or a BOV bank transfer via your mobile phone, For the SMS donations, it's 5061 7380 for €2.33 donation. 5061 8939 for €6.99, and for €11.65. That's 5061 9225. So just to repeat those again, for €2.33, it's 5061 7380 €6.99. It's the same first four digits, 5061, then 8939, and for €11.65, it's 5061 9225 via BOV mobile. You can do a BOV bank transfer from your mobile as well. The name Puttinu, that's Puttinu BOV mobile, and the mobile number is 79499423. If you're outside of Malta, don't forget, when the QR code shows up on your screen, open up your camera on your mobile phone, hit the link, and it will take you through. As you can see, there it is, the QR code on your screens. There's also a link in the YouTube chat on the World Pro Racing channel that is pinned, that you can click on, and that will be your link to go through. Minimum donation of €10 per donation by the Streamlabs charity side of things. So a big thank you to everyone that has donated so far. We are coming up towards the end of hour number 2. It has been a race of domination as Protocar Sim Racing Sam Howes has come in. Jeg Samut has now taken over from Mikael the Machine Marcia in the Project Aversio #1 car. But it is getting close that time where Edwin, you and I are going to have to say goodbye to the folks. We're going to have to leave them with some wonderful ASMR for a bit.
Yes, in about a minute and a half. So just to recap everything, Project Aversio, as you were saying, Alex, she just dominated the whole event almost from start to finish. Jake Samut, now we're looking at him right now. He took over from Mikael Merci. Jake Samut, who lost the National Malta Sim Racing Championship Formula 4 by just a few points. So it's redemption day basically for Project Aversio. They just want to show they can crush anyone who dares share the racetrack with them. He did just a demolition job from Project Aversio. And then we have Protocol Sim Racing, Jaden El-Ul, who were talking at him to him a few laps ago. He just took over. And Loafers Racing in third place with Jan Skursak. So those are the top 3, Alex, and let's hope that we will have great racing at the, because I will see them, I will commentate the last 2 hours of this race with Nicolas as well, so I won't be seeing you again.
I will be back tomorrow morning from around about 9 o'clock UK time. That'll be 10 AM Maltese time, Central European time, until around about noon local time here. But from myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and from Edwin, it's goodbye for now. Enjoy the rest of the race and watch what happens during the night. Don't forget to donate whilst we get the opportunity. Click on the link in the YouTube channel, and also by the numbers that we have told you. There is the prize for the top donator for the Puttinu Cares Endurance race for 24 hours here at Spa-Francorchamps. And it has been signed by a plethora of modern day current drivers on the grid: Charles Leclerc, Oscar Piastri, Oliver Behrman, Yuki Tsunoda, Liam Lawson, and newbie for Red Bull Racing in 2026 with a big regulation shift, Isaac Hadjar. We'll leave you for now, and we'll see you very soon. Thank you for listening to us for the last couple of hours, and we'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Streamlabs charity. Sister Tmutbu. €30 via Streamlabs charity.